Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today? Hello! Wait, where the fuck is one? There it is. Oh, by the way, chat. I haven't told you guys this yet, but we got a pretty cool sponsorship coming up in a few days. AFK Journey. I said pretty cool sponsorship. Please. Please, chat. Surely you know better by now. Let's just say I'm gonna have to learn how to play Genshin on mobile. Finally relatable, true. Try Hootao cancels on phone. I actually tried that yesterday. It did not go well. Anyways, it's awful. Yeah, I can... Yeah. It's not that bad. I've been playing on mobile for 3 years. It's just, I don't know how to put my fingers so that I can both hit the normal attack button and the jump button. Didn't you say my phone was ass because you didn't use it much? My phone is old, is what it is. It's not ass, it's still perfectly functional. But yes, indeed. My phone does not have enough storage space to download Genshin.
We'll see about that.
Latest version is always out at least by the week before the character gets released. But realistically, there's... Yeah, I don't know, man. It's yeah. Did you get anything from Standard to make content on? Chi-Chi is nice. Unironically, I'm so disappointed I got Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi and Diluc are probably the ones I want the least. Because Gene Cons could be nice eventually. The Honeycons are all obviously kind of nice. Deacons are obviously the main thing I want. Monocons are kind of cringe, but I'm getting relatively high up in cons. And I think it'd be kind of funny if I got C6 Mona. And same thing for Kutsing. Mona C4 is also pretty good, you know? How bad is Mona C6, by the way? Any knowers? Have you seen the 4.6 Abyss changes? 12-1 change from Coral Dependers to Coplius. Are you sure it's Coplius? I thought I saw Coplia. Oh shit, you're right. It is Coplius. Holy fucking god. Thank goodness. Dude, Coplius is so fucking chill compared to Coplia. Holy shit. Oh, let's go. Nilo finally works. Well, doesn't that enemy have a pretty big cryo shield? And the other side also have an enemy with a pretty big cryo shield? Maybe you can just use Uzia to break the shield. You can do that, right? Maybe. Wait. Ice Sweet Coplius. You need to hit 3 Uzia attacks. Yeah, you can use Narcissus Curse on Nilo, that's true. Just N1 with Farina. But you need 3. It says immediately break on Uzia. Wait, where? Oh shit, you're right. You are right. Oh, okay, so we're chilling. Okay, so you can just use the Narcissus Curse sword on Nilo or Farina in your Nilo team. Cool. Wow. Okay, chat. Where do I spend my resin today? You gotta do ley lines. Any important 4-star cons on this banner? I will be posting the banner review later today, but I assume you mean the new banner, the Navidad Kazuha one. Sing So's every con past C1 is pretty good. The rest doesn't matter. What's an overworld team that would be fun to play? Play him. Yeah, I'm down.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
So I don't have a circlet that is either Wanderers or Gilded. So I guess I'm going two-piece, two-piece. I'm okay with that, honestly.
Shine down.
Can't see?
Just wait for a little. Ah! Everyone okay?
No one talk about that. No one. Do not speak.
Gather.
The nicest words is the one you keep to yourself. How did that not get hit?
Let's nip that in the bud.
Illusion shattered.
One with the forest. I'll uproot you.
I see everything.
Can't see? I had many beautiful and fantastical dreams as a child.
I love your Raiden's weapon, thank you. It's a pretty good one. Alright, let's play something else. How about we play Ayato? We never play Ayato.
Very well. I shall put...
If you could rum, well, you better drink rum with me.
Solidify!
No, my sword. Witness the power of Kuwa. Rain. Rain outlines
Wind strike.
Cascade.
The wrong test subject.
Why is there a treasure hoarder ley line like this in Fontaine? Isn't that kind of weird? Is that just me? Is there a reason why he runs Aquila on Ayato? It's really high base attack. And I don't really have a good option.
Rain cutter. No, my sword. Body and mind.
Wanna use Kazuha's story weapon? You mean this one?
Witness the power.
What am I doing?
Stabilize.
Oh.
Order guide you.
One with nature. One with wind and cloud.
You can get the normal attack damage bonus.
Gather.
There's more?
The wind knows me.
This is order.
So that's why Aquila drew. I saw into the future and I saw that I would need it. God, Ayato's normal attacks outside of his E feel so bad to use. They're so slow.
Let's take shelter for the time being. Don't worry. One of my people will be here with umbrellas momentarily. Solidify!
Rain outlines your face. Let me weave you a verse. Body and mind. Time to act.
Stabilize!
Rain cutter.
Be still.
Into the wind.
Order guide you. Solidify!
No, my sword.
Hey, we got a Berserker Indigo Feather.
Stabilize!
Did I miss one? Yeah, I did. Who needs a bow, chat?
Gather!
Easy clap.
Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it.
Rain outlines your face. Witness the power of Gugwa.
Be still.
we do a world quest today, Klugi? Surely I will. I just came here. What happened to Arlecchino? She got a decent buff. Robin buff was fake, was it? No! Damn. That's sad. April Fool's joke? That feels like such a fucking weird ass thing to do though. Like, who's playing a prank? And why do they think it's funny? Like, how many people are actually gonna understand how big of a buff 160 to 140 was on her?
Remember the look on my retainers' faces when I informed them of my
How many of those people look at leaks?
Panic-stricken, but unable to muster the courage to say anything in opposition.
Why are they playing an April Fool's on a group of people that they actively don't like? Right? Like, they don't like leakers? I'm just very confused, right? Like, I do not understand the motivations for any of this. That's why, to be fair, right? Because I don't understand the motivation, it got me. I thought it was real, right? So, hey, props to them, right? But I really don't understand. Oh yeah, chat. I really do think that my April Fool's video was my best one yet. What do you guys think?
Everything's in place and they've taken the bait. Yes. Now to start reeling them in.
It got me despite literally hearing that it was an April Fool's video at the end of the stream. Ain't no way. As someone who isn't too hot on pulling Arlecchino and had it playing in the background, I generally thought it was her kit, yeah. Because I managed to actually, like, hold it together for the whole video and not laugh. Didn't someone comment that they were in stream for it and still got fooled? Yeah. But yeah, I think we might actually record the Arlecchino pre-release today. Is she not subjected to get changed further? Yes, she is. Worst case scenario, I'll fucking re-record it. It is what it is. If there's major changes. Hey, listen, if I have to re-record it, you know what that means? That means more content. Alright? If I was just a YouTuber, okay? It would be a pain to have to re-record something. But I'm a streamer, okay? And not only that, I'm a Genshin streamer. I have to find a thing to do every single day I go live. For multiple hours. In Genshin Impact. Okay? Having to re-record something is a blessing to me. Okay, open your quest log. My quest log is a lot better than it was when this patch started, okay? But once my quest log is empty, I literally don't have anything else to do, okay? Like, I don't actually want to completely clear it out. I said I would, but I kind of lied, okay? I will do Narcissus Curse before the end of the patch, though. I promise you guys that.
What you got?
One with nature. Cascade.
How can this be a commission, by the way? Like, in what world do they think, hey, this is on the same level as going through 83 lines of dialogue with a Melusine and then going to look for a dog? Like, man.
Thank you for Ad Astra.
All right, chat. I think it's time to go update the Arlecchino weapon sheet that I made a couple days ago. More than a few days ago.
I'll think about it. I have to stifle a smile every time I remember the look on my retainers' faces when I informed them of my plans today. Panic-stricken, but unable to muster the courage to say anything in opposition. Yes, this was a fine idea.
Wait, also...
I'll think about it.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Okay. Okay, okay, okay.
I'll think about it.
Okay, so, this is, yeah. What's that again? That's not Bennett, Kazuha, Singto. That's a real team. Okay. Why are you guys saying hi? But hi. We're saying hi back to someone who said hi? I see. Okay. So we're gonna have N1, N2, N3, N4, 1, and 5. For now, let's look at N4D. And realistically, you'd probably expect... Oops. A vape on this. I think for now I'll just assume this. I don't think it's accurate, but the amount of vapes should be good. Basically, the time rule reset might happen like here instead or something. I'm not entirely sure. But I'm just gonna assume N1 and N4 1 for now. Vaping N4 1, that's better than it used to be because not only did they buff the damage of N4 a lot more than the other hits, but also, I mean, that's the part that matters the least. The part that matters the most is that they shifted a lot of her damage profile more into her Bond of Life, right? Because they basically didn't sizably buff her normal attacks, but they did sizably buff her Bond of Life. Anyways, so Bol, Ishbol, no. Ishbol is one of those words like XD that just should not exist. Okay? Ishbols is this generation's XD. Not XDD, XD. Discord invite says invalid. God damn it, not again. Did we lose our boosts? Probably lost them momentarily. Man. Alright, I'll go update the invite link. Server settings, custom invite link. Alright, chat. I'm gonna need a couple of you guys to go boost the server. True. Because we're at exactly 14, which means that every time a boost expires, and then, like, someone boosts again, we lose our custom invite link, and I have to go remake it, and it's really annoying, honestly.
I'm sure I've forgotten something.
Okay. So, is this updated? Yeah, this is updated. 93.9, 103. One 29.3, 73.4. Then we got 238 and 130. For a total motion value of okay. So then we got sum of this times this. Okay. So, okay. You can multiply by true or false. Yeah, true is 1, false is 0. It treats true and false as Boolean binary. Is that a pleonasm? Boolean already implies binary, right? So you don't need whatever. It treats it as a Boolean value. Okay. So now we have 1685.7. Oh my. 1685.7 and 2577.52. Wait, it's the other way around. 1685.7. Okay. Reacted. Reacted elemental E. Yeah, this is kind of fake. Yeah, also, let me save this as... Save as Arlecchino. New folder. Arlecchino V3. Vape V3. Okay. Is it V4? Whatever, who cares? Saving sheets, I know. This is very out of character for me. Okay, I don't know if we're using Q here. I think we'll look at damage without Q. Because you kind of just use Q for the healing. You're probably not using it when you're buffed. You might not vape it. You don't want to have to build the R for it. Yeah, I guess it's fair to assume that you're probably bursting about every other rotation. After N1 vape, the next vape is N2. I think I have frame timers somewhere in one of these 18 open sheets. Yeah. If you do N4 into dash, I think you might be right. But I'm not sure. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the start lag for N1 is enough. And 40 should be 2.5 seconds. Yeah. I'm almost certain that the time rule is gonna hit before the next N1. You can name sheets? I know. I renamed sheet 18 to sheet 19. How does that make you feel? Oh wait, no. That's not the one I want to save. No, this sheet is like, I use it just when I want to be able to calc stuff. It's not meant to be things I like, or like explain stuff on stream. Like I still have the fucking like this thing, which was some of my notes on Wuthering Waves. Okay. I mean, realistically, you're not actually vaping all of this. Also, this has been changed. It's now 57.2. But whatever, I mean, who cares? It's such a small portion of the damage that it's not really gonna matter much. Okay. Let me check. I think... Wait, that's so good. What the fuck? That's such a good emote. What? Wait, what a banger. Holy shit. Okay, so wasn't this changed to 25%, or was that fake? It's 25? Okay. And 36 damage percent? That was changed since a while ago, right? It used to be 32. So it's not, now it's 25 and 36, right? Like 25 bond of life and 36 damage percent, right? Okay, we're gonna have to... Oh boy. $227.65. And 319.31. Oh, wait. $319.31. Okay, so it's yeah, okay. That's interesting. Let me make some room. My bad. Something got unplugged. Everything is fine. Okay. Okay, so did you remember to order a new mousepad? Klugi. Surely I did, right? Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. I put the vaped thing. Yeah, this is 319.31. And this is 227.65. It's probably barely a difference though, right? Like 0.5%. I guess in vape, there really isn't that big of a difference between Scarlet Sands and her signature. Huh. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? They significantly buffed the amount of Bond of Life that you get, which makes the amount of Bond of Life you get from the signature less significant, right? Like, if you look at what it was before, well, that is a big difference in motion value, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Oh, right, no. Okay, this makes more sense. You look at what it was before, right? If all they did was change the weapon, weapon would have been a 21% increase in motion value. But paired with the other changes, weapons is a 12% increase, a 13% increase in motion value, right? Like, unironically, even though they strictly buffed the weapon in the latest update, the weapon got worse. Which is very funny. It is funny. Because it basically... Imagine, right, that you have a character with a weapon that gives a lot of attack, right? Or rather, a weapon that gives a lot of EM, right? Their signature weapon gives a lot of EM. But they skill with EM and crit, right? And you update them, and you buff the EM you get from the weapon, but you also make the character gain 2000 EM just from existing. You give them a passive that gives them 2000 EM. Well, as it turns out, EM weapons are now fucking dog shit. You'd much rather have a crit weapon that multiplies the 2000 EM you get from your kit, right? That's what's happened to Crimson Moon Semblance, right? Obviously to a lesser extent than that. But the buffs to the amount of Bond of Life aren't even enough to break even with the quote-unquote nerf. It's not really a nerf, but with the... They're not enough to keep up with the relative buffs that other weapons got from getting more Bond of Life in total, right? Like, Crimson Moon Semblance, compared to her other options, is a little bit worse than it used to be. Compared to itself, it's better, but effectively, they buffed other weapons more than they buffed her signature. Right? Think of it this way. Bond of Life for Arlecchino is another stat that can hit those quote-unquote diminishing returns. Right? And by giving her, instead of 70, 130 Bond of Life, they've made the weapon that gives her even more Bond of Life a little bit worse comparatively, right? It's still her best weapon, but it's not as far ahead of the others as it used to be. I just got a tutorial about Bond of Life in Genshin. You probably met a Fatui agent for the first time, yes? That's good. I agree. That is good. That's a great change. If they didn't buff the weapon, right? If I if we take a look at what happens back when it was 32 and 18, So it's 229.9. And 163.91. It'd be even closer, right? Like, the changes they gave to it were a buff, but if they didn't give it this buff, it would be within fucking 4% of the next best non-signature option. I guess, to be fair... Anyways. Oops. No, Anyways. This should be good. Order of weapons hasn't really changed. Dragon's Bane R5. About as good as White Tassel in a team with Bennett. That makes sense. Okay, let's take a look at... I think right now I'm on EM Sands. Yeah. Let's take a look at attack sands and which weapons are better on attack sands. Oops. None of them. No, one of them. Ballad of the Fjords. Okay, I can put Ballad of the Fjords R1 on attack sands as well. $120 minus $187. And do this, and then give her EM Sands back. Now we do the same thing. Take a look at attack goblet, probably. Though I don't think it's gonna be good in a team like this. I do want to double check just in case. Maybe some of the weapons. I doubt it. Yeah. Worse on every single weapon here. Although on her signature, it's not much worse. But it is still worse. Okay. What are we doing? We're updating Arlecchino weapon calcs. Okay. Let me also... Open file location. Okay. Vape V3, I'm going to rename to VV Vape V3. And then I'm going to make a new one for double hydro vape. Double hydro vape V3. Because unironically, I think that a lot of people won't actually like playing a team like this. And I think she's going to be strong enough that you can play her in double hydro. And the, like, added ease of play is potentially worth it. People just... There's a lot of situations where VV setups are a bit of a pain in the ass. Okay, so... So EM sends are better than attack sends after all? Yes and no. Assuming a relatively small amount of EM substats, EM sends can be better than attack sends on vape. But the more EM substats you have, the less that's the case. And once you have enough EM substats, it's not the case anymore. So that's also specifically when you have both Power Resonance and Bennett buff. And Noblesse. Okay, though it is worth noting, if you get serotonin from big numbers, with EM sends, your damage is more consolidated into your vapes and less into your non-vapes, so the numbers will be bigger. Like, you will notice the numbers being bigger. Right? Like, the non-vape numbers will be smaller and the vape numbers will be bigger. So if you want a serotonin max, EM is definitely the play. Wouldn't Instructor Bennett be better? Yes and no. Like, I'm not sure, A, if you're generating enough energy for that, but also just if the rotations allow for it. In a team like this, they do, right? I'm gonna go into Blessing Toe and EM and Instructor Bennett for sure. I guess you can probably do it in the other one as well. Well, we'll take a look at it in a minute. Is the vape team still skipping Kazuha's burst? You can use Kazuha's burst in setups. It's just you don't want to pyro infuse it, otherwise you might lose vapes. If you're using Singto, you might not lose vapes, to be fair. Even with a pyro infused one. Maybe you'll be fine. Like,
Not to worry, I'll simply send someone to fetch it.
let me take a look. Let me take a look.
I remember what it was.
You're not losing vapes in both cases. You're normal attacking. Still. Normal attacking plus Pyro Infused Kazuha in single target. With Yelan, you're losing vapes. With Singto, you might be fine.
Send 'em off.
We can go test with small Arlecchino. Perma-vaping on N4-1 isn't exactly accurate. If you do N4-2D, your next vape is N3, then N1. That is not true. If you don't get a time roll reset, which I'm relatively sure happens, which is why I'm assuming vaping on 1 and 4-1. But if you're not getting a time roll reset, the next hit won't be on 3, it'll be on 2, right? At the latest, it'll be on N2, not N3. Because the N4-2 is also hitting, right? Like the 4-1 and 4-2 are 2 different hits. You have 4-1 vaping, 4-2 not vaping, 1 not vaping, and then 2 would vape, if there's no time rule reset. But I'm pretty sure the timing lines up so that there is a time rule reset between the 4-2 and the N1. Can you double swirl in this team? Yeah, it's... I'm trying to think the sort of setups you'd want to do for...
Body and mind. No, my sword. Let me weave you a verse. Going in.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Like, it looks like we can mostly manage to keep our aura, but just barely. Also, I don't have 5 on... Why is he on festering? Yeah, and then, but with Yelan, it's probably just not gonna work. And on, like, keep in mind, or like, his attacks are a bit faster than Hu Tao, so the application should, in turn, also be a bit faster. So if it's not working with Hu Tao, it's very unlikely to work with Harlequino. Alright, if you want to do Pyro Infused Bennett Burst, I really don't think it's gonna...
Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Okay. We're getting a bit. Okay, we're getting some. Like, we're missing some, but we're getting, like... I'd say about 2/3 of the vapeable hits the vape. It's fine. I think it's likely to not be the greatest, right? Anyways, so if you want to use Kazuha ult in a team like this, the ideal way to do it is probably to get a Hydro-infused Kazuha ult. But I hate the setups for Hydro-infused Kazuha ults, because the timing is really tight and it gets fucked by ping. But they are doable. If you don't want to bother, it's probably still a damage gain if you have C2 to use Kazuha's ult. Just because it does pretty good damage itself. And if you do actually get Pyro Aura, you can swirl the Pyro and it deals more damage than the Hydro Swirl. But like, all in all, it's probably still worth it if you have Kazuha's C2. But like, the EM buff probably already balances out the couple vapes you're losing. But it likely is not worth it if you don't have C2. And there's also the fact that you're losing uptime for it. I don't know if it even is. It's ironic you're judging characters before they are released, but end up using them afterwards. What's ironic about that? Do you know what irony is? Oh no, you are evaluating characters' performance before they are released. And yet, you use them once they are. I'm very confused. curious. Don't get me wrong, it's somehow a good thing. I'm very confused. They might not be or they might be an English second language. Let's not be too mean, chat. True, they could be French. Okay, if that's the case, then you should be mean. Anyways, we can assume about the same amount of damage percent from Kazuha as Yelan in a team like that. Yeah, sure. Kinda can't be bothered. Oh, we do get 25% HP from Hydro Resonance, which is gonna buff Homa. So that's cool. See? Wow. We are also in the double Hydro Vape, taking Ballad of the Fjords and removing its passive. And it becomes worse than White Tassel. So that's cool. As it turns out, when your weapon that gives you a lot of EM stops giving you EM, it's not quite as good. What's up, Toad? What, how? What's it called again? Ballad of the Fjords passive gives you EM if you have 3 or more elements on your team. But if you're doing Arlecchino Bennett double Hydro, you don't have 3 elements on your team. So you just don't get the passive. Which is funny. I don't think I need to change anything else, though. I'm pretty sure you keep the same combos. In a team like this, you still burst every other rotation. Yeah. Yeah. Can you test damage for Arlecchino, Bennett, Fischl, Chevreux? We'll take a look at that in a minute. Maybe a little bit more than a minute, but in a while. Like, we'll do that today, don't worry. What artifact sets are you considering? Her new set. Okay. Then we can take a look at... I want to do an Arlecchino team without Bennett. I guess we can take a look at Chevreuse, Beto, Fischl. Surely that team exists. Oh, it exists. Oh no, Beto is gonna do as much damage as Arlecchino? Yeah. Her damage is gonna fall off a cliff in a team like that, but... Split rotation or no? No. Yesn't. In a perfect world, you start with Arlecchino's E, right? Then you go to, like, Fischl... Or I guess no, you start with Fischl... No, you start with Arlecchino E, then Fischl E, then Chevreuse hold E, then Beto EQ, then back to Arlecchino, auto until probably Fischl Burst is ready, or like Oz expires, so up to Fischl, use Oz, so back to Arlecchino, keep attacking, E again, let it cook for a little bit, and then set up your next rotation. And then the next rotation is gonna have a lot more damage. Like, okay, that's like her biggest upside now, right? No triple Chevreuse E after burst. That's not good. Like, you can do that, but if you do that, it means you're not doing other things. And the other things you could be doing is normal attacking on your Arlecchino, which is gonna do more damage, you know? Damage aside, what do you think in terms of how fun she'll be to play? I think there's upsides and downsides. Like, obviously, against enemies that deal a lot of damage, it's going to be frustrating to not be able to heal. But I do think that the fact that if you manage to not need healing, you just don't use your burst, and your next rotation deals a lot more damage because you can hold Bond of Life from the previous rotation. Whatever you had left gets added to what you gain. That is cool as fuck. That is really sick. It incentivizes actually dodging and actually making sure you don't get hit. And it's so nice. Right, like, if that situation arises, she's really strong, right? Like, really, really fucking strong. It's just, it may be hard for that to happen. Also, at really high investment, enemies don't really last. Like, if you're actually, like, a hyper invested, you can kill the tankiest bosses in one rotation. If you're decently high investment, you can kill them in 2 rotations. But you can kill them comfortably enough in 2 rotations that her doing more damage on the second rotation doesn't matter, because even if she didn't, you'd still be able to 2-rotate. Right? Is it relevant enough to necessitate a shielder? Yes and no. Like, okay, I can tell you right now, if you fucking sim an Arlecchino rotation where you don't use her burst, she's gonna look like power creep, right? Because if you're doing a long enough sim with enough rotations, right? Like a 150-second sim, for example, right? On the first rotation, okay, let's take a look at her average bond, right? Well, we just need this part. Oops. So the average here. No. Right? In one rotation, average bond is 80%. Right? Over 2 rotations, it's 93. Over 3, it's 100. Over 4, 105. Over 5, 108. And it's gonna plateau around 110, right? 110, 115. Because you're not really doing much more than this, right? Because anyways, point being, right? Her average bond of life goes up by like 30% over if you don't burst at all, right? Is her bond of life never cleared if you do nothing? Yeah, if you don't ult, her bond of life doesn't clear. Right, if you're looking at the average just of the rotation, right? First rotation is 80. Second rotation is 106. Third rotation, 115, right? Point just being, her damage can actually scale up. And especially if, like, another thing that you can do is you can decide to, well, if you have to end your first rotation early, right? And you end, like, here instead, because you kill the enemy or whatever, you kill the first wave, whatever you want, right? Then you're starting the next rotation with even more bond. You're actually gonna max it out. You're gonna be at 200, right? And like these are gameplay things, gameplay instances, whatever. Gameplay, not instances. Gameplay impact, gameplay effect, whatever. That actually are going to make her feel somewhat unique, right? And I like that. I think that's cool. Gameplay nuance, yeah. Now, is she broken? No, right? Like, at the end of the day, enemies die after the first, second, or if you're not that high investment, at most third or fourth rotation. Will she be glued to Zhongli if I'm a casual? She might be, yeah. If... Or like, you know, is brain dead easy to play like Neuvillette, and then sometimes I hate leakers? To be fair, her base gameplay is just spam normal attacks, you know? Like that's not a very complex thing. So, like, I understand why they'd get to that conclusion. How reliant is she on Bennett? Both very and not really. Her theoretical damage output is going to be reliant on Bennett. But she's going to have some pretty good overload teams. And in those teams, Bennett is good on paper if you don't count the fact that it's a circle. Can you think of a Burgeon team with her? You can play her in any Burgeon team you want, it's just not going to be the greatest. What's the DPS loss for dodging in the middle of normal attack spam? Effectively, basically nothing. Do you anticipate them changing her kit around more or just multiplier changes? I don't know, man. I hope they don't change her kit again. But also I don't know, man. It's yeah. In AoE, could you build Child for his elemental skill, damage, vape, and make a burning team with Arlecchino? Like Nahida, Kazuha, Arlecchino, Child? You're cooking a little too much, man. No. Don't do that to yourself. Overcooked a little bit, yeah. What's that? No. Okay. What team do we look at now? We look at... Oops. We can look at Chevreuse. Save as... Chevreuse. Beto official V3. Okay. You get 65% attack and none of this. You get... For now, we're not going to look at Chevreuse C6. So you get no damage percent from external buffs. None of this. Are you getting noblesse? Are you having... Do you put Chevreuse on noblesse or on something else? I don't know. I wonder if it's even worth it. Beto noblesse? Nah. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Does anyone know if they fixed noblesse on Beto? Back in the day, noblesse buff tick sometimes happened before Beto snapshotter stats, and sometimes after. Does anyone know if they changed that? This is like cursed 1.0 knowledge. Because if you can snapshot Noblesse buff onto Beto's burst, she's a decent holder for Noblesse, especially in a team with Fischl where you're generating enough energy that she doesn't need a lot of ER. Why are people saying Bennett is a must for her, but besides the obviously huge attack boost? Okay, so basically, Arlecchino is a character who does not have attack buffs in her kit, right? That makes it so that Bennett's already big attack buff goes from being a pretty nice, you know, useful thing to basically doubling her fucking damage. Not quite, but like pretty damn close. All right, like if we're, I mean, in some teams, right? If we're taking a look at double hydro VV vape, right? In this team, look at her attack on White Tassel, right? That's gonna be lower than on some other weapons because it's a 3-star, but it's gonna illustrate my point even better because of that, right? White Tassel. Total attack, 2,700, right? If we lose Noblesse, Power Resonance, and Bennett's flat attack buff, 1,300. It actually straight up doubles her attack. Which means it actually straight up doubles her damage. If you have C6, even more than double. Point being, especially on characters that don't have a lot of self-attack buffs, Bennett's buff is so big that there is going to be a noticeable difference between having him and not having him. Hell, Bennett's buff is so big that Bennett is still one of Hu Tao's best teammates. Even though she doesn't want to be healed above 50% because she loses damage from it. And she gives herself a pretty big attack buff already. And even with that, Bennett is still a great teammate for Hu Tao. Right? Now, she's still going to have some other teams that are good. But in terms of how much damage they deal, it is very likely that the Bennett teams are going to stand above the others. Anyways. I guess we will do Noblesse Chevalers. I don't like using Chevalers' burst, but I mean, we can. Like, it's not bad to use. Okay, what other external buffs do we have? Do we even have anything? I don't think so, right? It's just the attack? Yeah. Instructor? You don't want Instructor on a Chevaler's team. The Overload is literally just there to proc Chevaler's passive. It's not there because it does damage. Song of Days Past? You can't heal her. I don't know if Song of Days Past is gonna proc. I guess if Song of Days Past can proc, you'd use it over Noblesse on her for sure. Oh yeah. What about instructor on Bennett vape teams? Yep, that's what we did. Okay, now... Wait a second. I forgot to change the charge attack. They nerfed it. It doesn't matter, but 179.5. Don't think it changes anything. Oh! Scour's fight a little bit better. Wow, insane. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna have to redo Scarred Spine stuff later anyways, because I don't have actual footage of it. So I don't know exactly how it impacts the stuff. Okay, VV Vape, I will also go update the charge attack. 179.5, right? Yeah. Okay. And then E is not reacted anymore, and Q is not reacted anymore. Okay, yeesh. Yeah. Pretty big deal, huh? Team like this, what her signature is a lot better because you don't have Bennett to alleviate the lower attack you get from the 4 and 3-star options. Why is Ballad of the Fjords above White Tassel? That doesn't make any sense. What did I fuck up? $39. Yeah. I'll fix that in a second. Actually, I'll fix that now. It's 319 plus 227.65. Yeah. Maybe no Bennett? Yeah, but it's still 48%. I don't know. Maybe it does make sense. It feels like it. Yeah. Let me just. Hmm. Man, I guess it just is that big of a difference, huh? Man, unfortunate. How is Missive Wind Spirit? There's no way that's true, right? I need someone to fucking sanity check me on this. I mean, I guess you don't have a lot of attack. So 65.3% attack is a decent amount. But still, I'm still not convinced that I didn't make a mistake somewhere. What's the combo? Just 3 and 4s. Actually. Okay, now it's a little bit worse if I burst every other rotation. No burst or skill damage. 1 skill, half a burst. But still, like... Man... I guess... If we remove this, it should be better, right? That is slightly better, but like, ugh. Why is the signature now so far ahead? Because we're not getting the massive attack boost from Bennett anymore. So the fact that the signature is 674 base attack makes the gap bigger between signature and 4 and 5 star, or sorry, 3 and 4 star options. Like, the gap between Sig and White Tassel makes sense to me. But the gap between White Tassel and Missive Windspear kind of doesn't. But I might just be corned, honestly. I guess it does somewhat make... Like, I need someone to sanity check me on this. Because I don't want to be like, oh, well, I guess it does make sense. It's a 3-star, and then later find out that, no, I just made a mistake. So I need a sanity checker, but yeah. I don't get them to be quite that close, but it's similar. Only nuclear sig damage. It is worth mentioning, the gap in her personal damage, percentage-wise, is bigger. But keep in mind, this is a team where she does less damage. And more of the damage is being done by the rest of the team. Right? The actual DPS increase is about 10k. Which is about the same as the vape teams, right? You just have more damage coming from the rest of the team. Just keep that in mind. The team DPS increase is not 40%. Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm still gonna have to update Skyward Spine. Like, this has a big asterisk on it right now. Because I'm gonna have to find some footage of it. So Sig is better on a slightly worse team? Yes and no. Like, the damage difference on her damage is gonna be bigger, but the clear times aren't going to be increased more. If anything, they're gonna be increased less. Right? Because when you look at, I looked at just the vape team. If you look at a VV vape team, the actual damage increase, like the flat damage increase, right, is even bigger. Even though the percent damage increase is smaller. Because she's doing more damage in the team, right? As a general rule, it's kind of like engulfing on Raiden, right? The team we're engulfing is like the biggest damage increase on Raiden is like Raiden Taser, right? Something like Raiden Jean, Yulon, Farina, right? On that team, engulfing is probably like a fucking... I don't know exactly how much it is. I would expect somewhere between 40 and 50% damage increase. But the team does more damage from the rest of the teammates than a Raiden Hyper team. And the actual increase in clear time is likely to be smaller in that team than in a Raiden Hyper team, even though the DPS increase is bigger. Increasing a third of your damage by 50% isn't as good as increasing all of your damage by 30%. Is the point I'm making, basically, right? And it's not exactly a third or all, but like, the general point stands, and that's what I'm talking about here, right? Like, yes, it is a pretty big gap. Just remember that you're not gonna be doing 40% more DPS. Missive is 3% better than White Tassel for me. And Ballad is 1% above Tassel. Did you put the artifacts at 54 bonus? I believe I did, yeah. Are you assuming C6 on Chevreuse? And how much external attack are you assuming? No? Okay. $85? 3%. Are you including the overload damage? No? Then I don't know why there's a discrepancy. Where the fuck is it? There it is. That's weird. Like, if we have similar assumptions, there shouldn't be a 3% discrepancy. So, that's why I'm, like, stuck on it. One skill, one charge attack, half a burst. Also have attack percent subs. How many? I have 4. And 2 flat attack subs. Well, 2.5. 6? You have more? But that shouldn't change that much. It barely changes anything. But yeah, also, I'm gonna add the overload numbers. Because technically, she does proc overload in this team. She'll proc... likely... 6 to 7? It goes from 33k to 34k. It's a little bit of an increase. Okay, with that change, now I have Missive Wind Spear 3% above like you. Are you sure you're not counting the overloads? Like 100% sure? Counting the dot from skill, yeah. That shouldn't change anything. Ask if your Discord DMs are open, they are. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a pretty small discrepancy. And either way, whether the difference is 3 or 0, you can just use whichever one you already have leveled. I don't think it's big enough of a difference to change anything. Also, I believe my Dragon's Bane is wrong. Dragon's Bane is when enemies are affected by Pyro or Electro, right? No, Pyro or Hydro. But they're gonna be affected by Electro most of the time. So you're probably just getting like... Yeah, no, you're just not getting any uptime. And so Dragon's Bane is worse than Favalance. Why do I... If I were actually thorough, I'd do a calc that looks at overall team DPS, and Favlands would be a little bit better because it reduces beta ER requirements. But I think they're already low enough that it's not going to make up for a 12% gap between it and White Tassel. So I can't be bothered. Alright, it's not like a Raiden team where you're playing her with Xiangling and Xingqiu, two characters that are energy hungry and that do a lot more damage combined than she does, right? You're playing Arlecchino with Beto Fischl. Fischl in a double Electro team has no ER requirements, and Beto's ER requirements in a double Electro team are relatively low. Plus, they're not actually... Right, so only Beto's benefiting from the ER, and only a little bit, and... like, she's not actually significantly out-damaging Arlecchino. Okay. Are the ER calcs you did about 2 weeks ago still okay, or do they need a complete overhaul? They need a complete overhaul. Finally, someone to put Skyward Spine on? Yeah. Skyward Spine, okay, so keep in mind, right? Oh yeah, I gotta... Skyward Spine, my assumptions for Skyward Spine I know are wrong, right? Because I didn't base it off of any footage, because I haven't seen any footage. I kind of just assumed. Okay? So, this Skyward Spine number is not accurate. I'll put an asterisk on. No, because I have to do it on all 3 sheets. Whatever. Just keep that in mind, right? But Skyward Spine will be somewhat decent. Okay? Like, it's gonna be better than the free-to-play options. Probably somewhat competitive with Deathmatch in teams that don't have Bennett. And in teams that do have Bennett, it's probably going to be about as good as something like White Tassel. Speaking of which... let's do Chevreuse, Bennett. Should I use Fischl or Beto as the Electro on that team? Give you what I got? Thank you. I'll take a look at that later. Because, like, here's the thing, right? Fischl will be more damage. But in AoE situations, Beto won't be that far behind. And, like... man... playing Arlecchino without a defensive utility option doesn't... I don't know about that, man. I really don't. But I guess... I guess at that point, just replace Bennett for Beto, not Fischl. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at Fischl. Okay, we change this to Bennett. Chat, has Zaj ever talked about Pyro versus Attack Goblet? Oh, right. Right. Let's go back to the Bennett-less team. Because on teams with Bennett, Damage Goblet is generally better, but on the team without Bennett, I do have to take that into consideration. I forgore. So on the team without Bennett, Oh, you know what? Wait, no, it's still not good. Wait, why is it not? Am I an idiot? Why is it not good? I guess you're getting a lot of attack percent. Still, I expected it to be closer than that. Yeah, I guess. With C6 Chevreuse. No, even with C6 Chevreuse, on signature, it's about as good as damage. With C6 Chevreuse, it tilts to attack percent on Sig. I don't have that. Well, it is a, like, fucking sub 1% difference, though, so maybe... Maybe because it's... Okay, yeah, that's fine, then. And I guess on White Tassel as well. But on none of these options is it actually better. Basically, if you're using a weapon that gives you a lot of damage percent, and you have Chevreuse, go off of substats. Otherwise, in most situations, Pyro Goblet will be better. Because, like, a 4% difference without Chevreuse, right? Which is the best case scenario. That's 2 substats. And the reality is, on an attack goblet, you can't get attack percent substats. So, the odds that you have an attack goblet that is actually strictly 2 substats better than your Pyro goblets aren't even that high. Like, 2 substats for 1 artifact is a lot. 2 substats over an artifact set is not a lot, right? But 2 substats for 1 artifact only is a pretty big gap. And that's the best case scenario without C6 Chevreuse. On most weapons, it's fucking 3 to 4 substats. And at that point, you definitely are going Pyro Goblet. Is Vape her best team, or is C6 Chevreuse Overload team better? I'm not sure. Honestly. Wait, something's wrong with this. Right. Okay. I think they're both going to be good. They're all going to have their advantages and flaws, right? Chevreuse teams without Bennett, as well as Vape teams with double Hydro, are generally going to be the most chill options to play. But with Chevreuse, you're going to have to deal with the Overload knockback, which is not ideal, obviously. The Chevreuse's C6 pyro damage work on Arlecchino since she can't be healed? As far as we're aware, it does, yes. It gives the buff at the same time as the healing. It doesn't give the buff, like, on a unit that was healed. That being said, she is in beta, which means that any non-written mechanics like that are subject to change. They might declare it a bug and decide to change it, right? So just keep that in mind. That's what we're working off of when we're looking at pre-release units, okay? Just remember that. Anyways, Juggler's 40%, Power Resonance, Noblesse, Bannon buff. I guess that's it. Yeah, that's it, really. Technically, you could, if it works, also run Song of Days Past on Chevaliers, and you get a little bit more, but I can't be bothered. Can Melt work? Here's the issue with Melt, okay? If you're looking at the units that can apply off-field cryo, right? Oops. I was on the right page.
World I roam.
Right, you're looking at Rosaria, Kea, Ganyu, which I don't have. I guess Lila, but like, eh.
Oh.
And the one thing you'll notice if you go through these is their application is somewhat slow and doesn't last all that long, right? The longest application that we have is Ganyu, but her application is kind of RNG and pretty inconsistent. So, because of that, and because of the fact that when you apply Pyro onto Cryo, it always wipes the aura, because Pyro, like the forward melt side, consumes twice as much aura as the baseline. So applying 1 unit of Pyro on 2 units of Cryo will wipe all of it off. And there's no source of Pyro application that's less than 1U, or source of Cryo application that's more than 2U. So no matter what, your Pyro will always wipe the Cryo unless the enemy like has a self-Cryo infusion, right? Which means for every Pyro application, you need to have a Cryo application that happens before. And if you want to be impervious to ever getting slightly off timings, they need to be actually much faster, right? What that means is you're never going to have enough Cryo off of 1 Cryo unit alone. Now, technically, there will probably be some setups that people will be able to find, just like they found with Diluc, where you can use Rosaria plus a Cryo-infused Kazuha burst to technically melt a bunch of the hits, like, with the right timing. But I think it's going to be even harder with her than with Diluc, because she has some off-field Pyro during setup, right? Which might fuck up your Cryo application. And so generally what you're going to end up being stuck doing, if you want to play a melt team with her, you're going to have to play her either in a Vape melt team, right? Where you have a Hydra unit and a Cryo unit. And then whenever you're against a boss, the Cryo unit is literally hurting your DPS. So it's like, not the greatest. Or you're going to have to play double Cryo. But the thing about double Cryo is, if you need to set up 2 bursts instead of 1, that means your first burst duration gets lowered because you have another burst to cast, right? And so the uptime goes down even lower. And then on top of that, the amount of damage that these units deal is reasonable. But it's not great if they're not triggering reactions and they're not, like snapshotting all the buffs, which generally you won't really be doing because then you're eating into your Bennett buff uptime or something like that, right? All of this to say, will Bennett technically work with, or sorry, will Melt technically work with her? Yeah. Is it gonna be one of her best teams? No. If she worked like Gumming, who applies Pyro much slower, and whose damage is all reactable, then you'd have more of an argument for it. But that's just not really the case. So all of this to say, is she gonna have melt teams? They're gonna be more of a thing you can technically do, not one of her actual good teams. Forward melt teams aren't real. Gumming forward melt is a real team. There's a lot of cringe related to it, but it is a real team, and it is a real, actually reasonably strong team. But that's because his kit lends itself really well to it. That's not the case for Arlecchino. Are the forward meld teams in the room with us right now? I mean, I can show you. Yeah, it's a Venn diagram team though, right? So like, as soon as the enemy moves, you're like, oh, well, this sucks. Where the fuck is Rosario? Oi. Alright, she was on the team.
Gonna be
Oh, I have to gear. Surely I have this set up. I do? I do! Let's go. And now every other character I own is fucked, but that's fine. I can't be bothered. Nah, whatever. Good enough. Let me...
Let's go. Shake your hands. Let's light it up.
Hmm. 28 current rate, are you sure that's enough? I gained like 10 from Rosaria, 15 from Carl Resonance, 36 from Marie-Chaussee. Yeah, that's enough. What's the rotation again? I forgot. I think it's... Wait, I gotta wait until it gets up, otherwise I'm not gonna do any damage. We're only getting 7.5 from Rosaria, more or less. I gotta wait for the E.
Everybody stand judgment. Lights out.
Mighty mythical beast!
Well, that did not go very well. Why didn't it go very well? What did I fuck up? Oh. Rosaria should be on, or sorry, Diona should be on Noblesse as well. Whatever. Also, I shouldn't have used the Bennett E.
Many happy returns! Sorry, pal.
No!
Let's light it up.
Unlucky. Unlucky. You know what? I can't be bothered, man.
You can't run. Think you can bully me? Looky. Everybody stand judgment. Punishment.
Up to it, Manzai!
Whatever, man. Like, it's a fine team, you know? It's just... Yeah. Yeah. All right. Who knew he can do damage with pay-to-win weapon? It's on with my build. It's unironically worse than Mailed Flower. I just got like 6 non-crits in a row with Mailed Flower with like fucking, what is it? Like 80 to 90% crit rate, and I did not want to have to deal with that bullshit. So I decided to swap to a over 100% crit rate. Anyways, okay, so that's cool. Then, what other team do I want to look at? I want to look at a non-Bennett Vape team, I think. What sort of non-Bennett Vape team would you do? Double Hydro Zhongli? Yeah, I could see that. Farina? No. I doubt it. I can see Double Hydro Zhongli. I could see Double Hydro Bait. I could see a Hydro Official Beto. Does he plunge? Yeah, but I'm not calcing plunge. Think so. Farina still gets stacks from the other 3 teammates. It's not about the Farina stacks. It's about playing a unit you can't heal at 50% HP on field. That is not an HP scaler. Without a shielder. Yeah, it's yeah, gonna be doable technically, but it's not something I'm interested in looking at. Okay, Singto. Yeah, we can look at Singto, Yelan, Zhongli. Actually, wait. Oh. No. I'm not interested in Brazil. I'm kidding. It's not that I'm not interested in Brazil. It's that I can't be bothered moving. You think I leave my house? Luigi. If you want to, like, get a fucking big-ass industrial plane to come lift my house and bring it to Brazil, I'll go to Brazil. Otherwise, I'm good. Done? Alright, bet. Deal? Oh god, what have I done? Okay. So we just lose this, we gain TOM. TOM or pet? TOM. There's no fucking way you're... Yeah. Zhongli. No. And then... Oh boy. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Missive Windspear better than Deathmatch. I can't. Also, Ballad of the Ballad of the Fjords is back in the running. It's getting its passive back. Let's go! It's still worse than Missive Windspear? No. 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 Wait. Oops. I'm probably lying. Yeah, I am lying. Okay. You want attack sands on everything except Staff of Scarlet Sands here? Okay. Staff of Scarlet Sands. EM Sands. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. The hell is going on with your missive? This time it makes sense, right? Staff is lower now? Yeah, it makes sense as well. Because initially, I converted this sheet from the Bennett one, and on the Bennett one, everything was on EM Sense, or almost everything was on EM Sense, right? So all of the weapons who are not optimal on EM Sense were a lot worse, and the one weapon that is optimal on EM Sense was better. And once I changed it to Attack Sense, it went back to normal, right? It's why Missive Windspear was above Battle of the Fjords, because it was such low attack that Missive Windspear's attack percent was actually relevant. More so than the crit from Ballad of the Fjords. But once we fixed it to Attack Sense, that wasn't the case anymore, and that's why now it's... I mean, it's still equivalent to Ballad of the Fjords or 1. Like, at the end of the day, Missive Windspear is a good weapon, right? On characters that care both about the attack and the EM, it's a pretty good stat stick for a 4-star weapon. You know? Why is Deathmatch so good? I thought the low base would make it bad. I mean, it makes it worse. But, like, one enemy deathmatch gives you 48% attack. That's a pretty big deal, you know? Bennett doesn't care about your base attack. This is not with Bennett. I forgot to update the title. This is with Zhongli. What happened to the prototype Sword Glitter shenanigans? It's not actually good, unfortunately. Because it's after using an elemental skill, not after elemental skill does damage. And you have to let your skill cook. Right? So not only can you only get 1 stack, I mean, technically you could get 2 if you do EQE, but like you don't do, right? Even if you could get 2 stacks, right? You still have to let it cook, and then you swap to her, and you have like 5 seconds of uptime. You're like, oh, okay, well that's... Plus, they made her ult less relevant, and reduce the ER requirements if you want to go for it. So the substat is a lot worse than it was in V1. Right? We'll change the baseline weapon to something else since White Tassel is so low on the list. That's a good idea. For the vape teams, we can take a look at percentage of Missive Wind Spear R5. It's just, it's annoying to do event weapons as the baseline, because a bunch of people just didn't play during the event and just don't have them. Why is Dragon's Bane so low? I guess it's really low base attack, so it could make sense, but I just want to double check I didn't remove the passive. I didn't. No, I did. No, I didn't. I didn't. Okay, cool. Okay. What are your personal thoughts on this last version of her kit? All I'm seeing online is that she's now a much more generic DPS, and I kind of agree. I understand that perspective, and I half agree with it. I think that the concept of being able to carry some damage from your first rotation into your second rotation, if you don't burst, right? So if you forego the healing, if you manage to not need it, is really cool, and it's something unique to her. right? She has actual scaling over time, over multiple rotations, which is cool. And while the previous version of her kit was interesting, it also wasn't unique, right? Like, Jay Stern called it Pyro Alhaitham because it was basically just Pyro Alhaitham. You would have just played her the same way you play Alhaitham. Which is interesting, yes, but is not unique, right? Personally, I'd rather have something unique and somewhat interesting than something very interesting that's been done before. That being said, I do understand why some people are unhappy with it. And, like, that's fair, right? How good is Lithic Spear for Arlecchino? Because she runs 3 Leah teammates in some teams. He does? I guess she does. Yeah, this is a team where she runs 3 Leah teammates. Huh. I should add it. You're right. Now I have to look at 3 stacks. Be damn good. In a team like this. A high refine? Pretty damn good. About as good as Jadewing Spear. Kazuha is not Inazuma? What do you mean by that? Does Kazuha count as... Oh yeah. Oh, it's because I'm an idiot and I forgot to change this. My bad. I was confused. I thought you were trying to tell me that, like, I needed to count Kazuha as Leah or something. I didn't realize it was Kazuha was written there over Yelan. That's my bad. But yeah, if we look at this though, right? Right, in a team like this, Arlecchino, Bennett, Kazuha, Singto only have 1 stack. Whereas Lithic. Oops. On a team like this, it's not even better than White Tassel. This Dragon's Vein below. What did I change here? Okay, whatever. Right? So yeah, it ranges from worse than a 3-star weapon to basically competitive or better than everything except her signature, depending on how many Leo units you have and how many refines you have on it, right? Like, even with 3 Leo units, if it's R1, right, it's not even better than Missive Wind Spear. Living Spear is one of the weapons that refines the best in the game because it's passive, right? It doesn't refine linearly like most weapons do. It's both the attack and the crit rate get increased by 1%. So from 1 to 5, the attack goes from 7 to 11, but the crit rate goes from 3 to 7. And because crit rate is better than attack, then, well, that's 21% crit rate instead of 9, right? When you're at 3 stacks. It's 21 crit rate, 33 attack. That's a lot for a passive, you know? Think of it this way. A 565 base attack weapon that gives... Is there a 565 base crit rate weapon? Serpent Spine, that's not... Oh, Talking Stick, yeah. It's 18.4, right? So it gives more crit rate than a crit rate weapon, and it gives 60 attack percent, right? So think of it as a crit rate substat weapon where the passive gives you 60% attack, right? When you think about it that way, that's really fucking good. But that's if you have it at high refine with multiple Leo units, right? If that's not the case, then it's pretty fucking dog shit. Lithic Spear is only weapon banner, Malevolent. It might be added to a future... What's it called again? Chronicled Wish banner. But as of now, it's only obtainable through weapon banner. And I think it's only obtainable when it's raid up. I don't think you can get it if it's not raid up on the weapon banner. Although I'm not sure because I don't wish on the weapon banner. It's only raid up? Yeah, okay. But like even then, right? Even when it is really good, right? In its best case scenario, it's only 10%, right? 10% is a decent amount, of course. But getting R5 Lithic reliably is basically as expensive as getting a signature weapon of your choice, right? Like, it's really just one of those things where if you amassed a bunch of Lithic Spears wishing on previous weapon banners, and you already have a Lithic Spear R5, you have a use for it now. That's pretty cool. Otherwise, maybe don't think about it too hard. And if you have it at like R3, it's gonna be basically somewhere in the middle at like 105-ish. About as good as about, I guess It would be about as good as a high refined battle pass weapon, which is still pretty decent. Time remaining 3 hours. How many of you guys ended up getting fate points on this banner? Come clean. How many of you guys are currently sitting at 1 out of 1 fate points? Or, for those of you that are not in America, did the banner go away while you were at 1 out of 1 fate points? How many of you guys? I need to know. Me on alt account. I am sorry to hear that. I did a single roll for fun. What if I do a single roll for fun? I'm lying. I'm not doing that. Okay. I will be right back. I think it might be time to record Arlecchino pre-release. So get ready for that.
Work hard and live each day to the fullest. That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
Hello. Okay, chat. What other things do I want to be looking at before I start the pre-release? Maybe I should wait until I've looked at Skyward Spine stuff. Yeah, okay, you know what? I think I'll do it tomorrow, not today. Cons? There's not much to say about her cons. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty shit. Pretty shit, pretty good.
Don't we have a job to do?
C1 over R1? Yeah, I agree. Well, I think it depends. If you're planning on playing her with a non-Bennett team and your current best weapon is White Tassel, I think there's an argument to be made for weapon over C1. But even then, the resistance or interruption you get from it is probably means that C1 is still competitive. Although I do believe it's 100, not 120, and this isn't updated, but hey, it is what it is. And you do a video on new banners? Yep, the video on the new banners is going live at the end of this stream. C1 is like a 24% increase. I think that makes sense.
Everything is negotiable, except over
28 before you look at burst and skill damage, yeah. That makes sense. Hmm.
Don't we have a job to do?
It's 120, not 100. Are you sure? I saw a leak that said it's supposed to be 100. They changed it, and this is just not. I thought this just wasn't updated. It's 100 now. Yeah, that's like that's what I thought. Okay. I won't. It's not 120% resistance to interruption. It's 120 or 100% increase to the mask of the Red Death multiplier and resistance to interruption. The number is not the resistance. The number is not IR. It's the number is a damage number, and the IR is just there. I don't know how much the IR is. Any knowers? It's probably on the fucking HomDG cat. Is that how you say it? I don't know. Website? HomDG. They said Nevilette level? Like C1 Nevilette? HomDG hasn't updated. It said C1 level? Okay. How good is C1 Nevilette's IR again? Are you like actually immune? Infinite? Yeah, okay, that's what it's like, it's 0.
A pot of tea with a couple of nibbles, some seasonal greens, and a piping hot bowl of fresh kanji. That's a
How the
dope
fuck are
breakfast.
units sorted on this
Perfect way to
website?
Start your day.
Okay, they're sorted by release date, with Kuting being first for some reason. Okay. Probably what, is it in Constellation or in-depth data? Probably in-depth data. No. Yes. C1 power, charge attack, charging and release,
Booms,
0.
eyes, and boom booms and mouth.
Okay, yeah, it is actually infinite. Alright. Think of this as like a multiplier to your incoming stagger damage. Right? So 0.5 means the attack has to stagger you twice as much to result in stagger. 0 means that it has to stagger you infinitely as much, right? Any incoming stagger damage or poise damage or whatever is multiplied by 0. If it actually is the same level as that, that's kind of nice.
So. So.
Okay. Is a later normal attack good, like significantly to IR matter? What does that mean? Oh, I get it. I think you're asking me if her late hits in the normal attacks are good enough for IR to matter because it lets you not have to dodge and actually get all the way through. I think that's what you're asking. If that is what you're asking, no, they're not that good. But that doesn't mean IR doesn't matter. What is IR? Interruption resistance. Yeah, that's what I meant. My bad, I became corned while typing. Yeah, that's okay. It happens to the best of us. Won't Zhongli Xingqiu Bennett be better than Zhongli Double Hydro? Won't Zhongli Xingqiu Bennett be better than Zhongli Double Hydro? She's gonna do more damage. We can take a look at it, I guess. I don't mind. Alright. Oh, fuck. Okay, please shut up. Zhongli. If you're using Zhongli, you don't need Xingqiu. You can look at Zhongli, Yelan, Bennett, I guess. And you might be able to do 18-second rotations, yeah. So... You'll have to make sure your pillar's not hitting the enemy, otherwise you might get fucked. Tenacity Zhongli? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm an idiot. That's already open. Yeah, it probably will be better, actually. Although, wait. Remove that. When I'll give Zhongli Petra, Zhongli's not getting a Pyro Petra, and a Hydro Petra doesn't do that much. This is like 260, 270% ER Yelan. She's not doing any damage. Alright, I feel too already to play her with Zhongli, Yelan, Arlecchino. Fury, Zhongli, Yelan, Yuemi has the same damage as Bennett and no circle impact. That's very suspicious. I don't know if I believe it. Oh wait, I just realized. Oh, that's fine. Fine, that's fine. Yeah, that sounds really suspicious to me. Are you sure that they've both been done with the same assumptions by the same people? Are you sure the rotations are right? Like something looks off. Something sounds off. What weapon is it assuming? Can you take a look? Do you have a link? I'll take a look at it if you send me a link. Just put Yuemiya. Wait! Didn't you say Arlecchino though? It's not the same with Yoimiya. Yoimiya sucks. Bennett doesn't do as much for a character that sucks as he does for a character that's good. I mean, okay, they are somewhat similar. Realistically, though, the gap should be bigger. They're also, yeah. The gap should be bigger for Arlecchino than it is for Yoimiya. Arlecchino should do more damage than Yoimiya. But we can take a look at this. Yeah, I mean, how do I explain it properly? Like, at the end of the it really just boils down to the fact that Yoimiya's power budget is mostly in the fact that she's a ranged character, right? So much of Yoimiya's power budget is in the fact that she's a ranged character, right? And that makes it so that when you're just looking at her actual output, she is going to be worse than other characters. don't want to just shit talk Yoimiya, but like I kind of have to. It basically just boils down to the fact that because her power budget is decently into the fact that she's ranged, whereas Arlecchino's power budget is all into her damage, right? She even sacrifices survivability for more damage, right? When you give a character a downside, like you can't heal with this character, that gives you more power budget available to put into other things, and for Arlecchino, it's basically all into her damage, right? And because of that, increasing her damage in a team is going to matter more than increasing Yoimiya's damage, right? Because her damage at a baseline is gonna be higher, so increasing it will give you more overall. Whereas using Chiori will give you the same amount whether you're in a Yoimiya team or in a Arlecchino team. Actually, if this is a rotation that uses Yoimiya Burst, it'll give you less damage in the Arlecchino team. Because Yoimiya's Burst gives attack, right? At the end of the day, Chiori is still going to be a viable option, for sure, right? Like, you can play double Geo with Chiori, right? She does reasonable all-field damage that just happens, right? You don't have to focus too much about it, and that can be a nice thing, right? And if you like Chiori, you will be able to play her in Arlecchino teams. But I don't expect it to be as competitive with Bennett as on the Yoimiya teams. Anyways. I don't like Circle Impact. I got excited for a second. Again, right? Even if it is like 10% behind, 10% DPS isn't actually that big of a difference practically. In most situations, you're clearing in 1, 2, or 3 rotations, and so 10% will often not actually be a breakpoint in how many rotations it takes you to clear, right? The difference between needing 1.5 and 1.65 rotations isn't relevant. It's gonna be about the same time. Right? So, like, if you actually hate Circle Impact, don't feel like you have to play Bennett with her. Right? I don't want you to take that conclusion away from it. But also, heavily doubt that a Chiori team will be as much damage as a Bennett team for Arlecchino. Anyways, let's keep going. It's only Elon Bennett. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at Yolani requirements in this team. Yeah. Okay. Same element. Actually, yeah, okay. Now, don't I have a sheet already open? Yeah, I do. Okay, nice. So you look at Elon, right? If she's on 5 and Zhongli's on 5, so that's 2 5s, right? Okay. Chikasha's 4. Non-elemental caught 0. Non-elemental, non-caught. I don't think you can do EQE. I think in a team like this, EQE makes your rotation too long. So I think you have to just E. And like, you don't need to use a Q for healing when you have Zhongli on the team. You can use it at the end of your rotation if you want, if you really want to heal. But like, I don't think it's nearly as necessary. I think yeah. You only get one. Is it 5 or 4 particles? I'm still not sure. I'm gonna assume it's 5 for now, but yeah. 5 particles. 1 Bennett E. Let's say 3 from Zhongli, which is somewhat optimistic, honestly. Clear caught 3. Clear non-caught 5. That's not that bad. Oh wait, why is this 9? That's supposed to be 0. Okay, this makes more sense. 230 ER if she's on 5. That's achievable, right? That's 5 ER sends. And like 20% ER. Actually, 5 ER sends emblem and you're good. Really hard to get without ER sends. You need 50% ER in your subset. Oh, that's not that bad. I think most people won't have that though. So for most people, this means ER sends instead of HP sends. And that's with relatively optimistic Zhongli assumptions. Maybe do a 2-skill rotation. You can. I'm not a fan though. Right? Because 2-skill rotation already inherently minus 11% DPS. Because it's 2 seconds. Well, actually, minus like 15% DPS because it's like 3 seconds longer, right? But then on top of that, you're going to have to use your E during your Bennett uptime. Because your Bennett uptime is more than 10 seconds, so there's one E that's going to have to be slotted into his uptime no matter what. Right? That means you're swapping out of Arlecchino during your buff uptime. Which is also a pretty big loss in damage. Because then you swap back to Arlecchino, you start attacking, and you have a couple attacks that don't even have Bennett buff because it doesn't necessarily tick instantly when you swap out. Right? So like, you lose a lot of damage for it. My Elan has 253% based. But yeah, and like, if we're not being, if you miss your pillar, it's 250. If your 5 doesn't proc, Jover. Completely Jover. You need the 5 proc. You need both of the 5 procs. Right? Both the one on Zhongli and the one on Yelan. If you don't catch your 5 proc, like if you do QE instead of EQ, 330 instead of 250. Yeah, like that's not happening, right? You have to EQ. Reversing so has the same problem here. Yes and no. The energy isn't as bad for him at all. But he does have the same problem of like extending rotation as effectively he has the same issue as, well, not even really. He has some of the same issues as 2E Elan rotations. But not all of them, right? I still think Elan is favorable in a team like this, though. Because you don't need the damage reduction when you have Zhongli's shield. Although it can still be nice. If you're against really aggressive enemies, Zhongli's shield doesn't feel all that tanky. And with Sing So, it feels fucking unbreakable. But I don't think you want to be assuming that as the baseline. How much is Arlecchino ER here? Arlecchino isn't really building ER. She does, like, in a team with Zhongli, the burst is not part of the rotation. You use your burst if you need to heal, and that's it. But yeah, like, point being here, right? You have to build a lot of ER on Yelan, which hurts her damage a decent amount, which makes Petra not that great, right? TOM gives you a stronger shield, which matters on her a decent amount. And buffs Arlecchino, right? The attack buff is nice. But like, the difference between a TOM shield and a non-TOM shield is really large, right? Like, if we're looking at base HP, HP percent, flat HP, total HP. Alright, well, what I assume as default Zhongli build is HP crit rate with Fav. Right? Yeah, that's true, Prestel. And so 14,695. HP percent, 46.6 times 2. Plus, let's say 40% in substats, plus 20% from TOM. Flat HP, let's say 6k. So on a Fav, on a good Fav build with crit rate circlet, you got around 40k on Petra, 43k on TOM. Then shield strength. Whatever. 5% increase. Let's say an average of 3 times. That's optimistic. No, I think it's fair. 3 times 5%, plus TOM giving you 30 versus not. And then Geo shields multiplier, 50%. I guess I'll just do 150%, yeah. Alright, and then base, shield, scaling, total shield. Base shield is talent level 9, 2506. Scaling is 21.8. Total shield is 25k HP on TOM, 20k HP on Petra, right? Zhongli TM means needing his pull to hit enemies. Hitting enemies with his pull has a tendency to remove Yelan's Hydro. That's why I think Petra would be better. That's not really going to be necessary. You're not playing Hu Tao, right? Like, that is definitely a consideration when you're playing Hu Tao because she applies a decent amount of Pyro. Arlecchino doesn't apply nearly as much pyro. Her power application isn't nearly as fast. She doesn't have multiple different sources that overlap. She just normal attacks.
Send one. Adventure time. Let's light it up.
Gather.
Oops.
Game's up. Home silver. Teamwork is dreamwork.
As you can see, the Hydro Aura, very consistent. It's disappearing every little once in a while, but never for long enough to reapply Pyro. Oh no, don't die, don't die. Okay, we're fine.
Off we go.
But as you can see, right? This is about to be our not nearly enough. We're like halfway there.
Solidify.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, actually, if you're going Elegy, right, instead of Fav, which people who have Elegy probably want to do, her AR requirements jump from 250 to 313. Like at this point, probably want to try to battery Zhongli's particles into her. And then 280. That's doable. Couldn't you technically use a 2-8 Yelan rotation? Yes, you could. It's just you lose a pretty large portion of the advantages Yelan has over Singto if that's what you're doing. Hello. What's up, 1010? What is this 2022 team? We're looking at Arlecchino leaks and pretending like normal attack Hu Tao is Arlecchino. So we can look at auras. And energy requirements.
Stabilize.
Wait. I'm an idiot. I didn't proc it.
Things are about to get dicey. Going in.
Gather.
That's not enough. We'd have to add a Bennett E in there. That's with 250. Like, it's, yeah. Do you think it's worth to sacrifice Yelan's damage for better support? What do you mean? What is the max damage bonus that Kazuha can provide? 0.4% of his max EM? I don't know. 0.04. Whatever. What do you think about Yunjin with Arlecchino? Every time there's a normal attack unit, Every time, man. It's not gonna be very good. Yunjin is somewhat competitive for Yoimiya because Yoimiya is not the greatest unit. Right? So Yunjin's damage is actually relevant. But on Arlecchino, attack speed will matter less because she has hit lag, and more importantly, she actually does more damage than Yoimiya does. More ER instead of HP, that I... What do you mean by that? Is that a question? Is that a... Oh, do you think it's worth to sacrifice Yelan's damage for better support, more ER instead of HP? Well, there is no question that you want to burst every rotation, right? Like, you're not gonna fucking have a Vape Arlecchino team where half of the time, like half the rotations, you don't use Yelan's burst, right? So you always have to build enough ER to burst, right? That's not negotiable. Here, the question is, are you trying to do an 18-second rotation with one Yelan E? Or do you want to do a 21-second rotation with two Yelan E's? Right?
Stabilize.
Let's light it up. Quiet now. Things up. Homes up. Everybody stand back.
If you're doing the two Yelan E stuff, this is basically what you have to do.
Solidify.
Right? Rotation goes up by basically 3 seconds. Like minimum rotation length. Goes up by about 3 seconds. And you lose a decent amount of Bennett uptime on your carry. In exchange for that, Yelan's ER requirements go down significantly. Which is nice. Is that worth it? No. But yes, but no. So, the first no is no, it will not do more DPS. You're losing 15% of your whole team DPS just from the longer rotation, and you're probably losing a solid 20% of your carries DPS from having to spend the whole last 2 seconds swapping back to Yelan and using her E. The but yes is, well, realistically, most people don't actually do their rotations perfectly tightly, right? A 20-second rotation, in theory, played by the average player is going to take something closer to 25 seconds, and an 18 seconds rotation is probably also going to take about 25 seconds. On top of that, killing an enemy in 18 seconds instead of 20 seconds doesn't really matter that much. It's generally more about the breakpoints of when you reach the total amount of damage that is required to kill an enemy, and increasing your rotation by 2 seconds does not change your DPR, your damage per rotation, right? If anything, it'll increase it, which will make it easier to reach certain thresholds. That's the but yes. And then the final but no is... the upsides are just pretty small, and the potential downsides are a lot bigger than the potential upsides. So I still think that overall, it's not worth it. That being said, if you don't have enough ER on your Yelan to do this, or you just can't be bothered building a lot of ER on Yelan, or you like when Yelan does damage, it's not going to be that much worse for most people in practice to just do a 20-second or a 22, 23-second rotation with two Yelan E's. So that's the no but yes but no. Changing Yelan from HP Sense to ER is around an 11 to 12% decrease in her damage. That doesn't sound right. That sounds off. It should be a little bit higher than that, no? Just mine on the optimizer, I see. You probably have a really good ER sense. Because I would expect it to be a couple percent higher than that. But the point you're making is still accurate, even if the numbers are a little sus. The point you're making is fair. The damage you're losing from going ER sense isn't even that big. Right? Which is why I'm saying the potential upside of doing those longer rotations with HP Sense is pretty small. Right? Because you're just not gaining that much damage. Yeah, if you're looking at Synctozio requirements in this team for comparison, right? If you're assuming you don't get the Zhongli pillar, right? Same assumptions. Right? It's about 40% less, right? At C6. Without C6, it's around the same amount. A little bit more, even. But the downside from that is that your rotation length with this is going to be similar to a 2E alone rotation. But the upside to that, isn't it 68? I'm assuming you're getting 15. But I guess depending on depending on how well you weave, you might get 13 or 14, or maybe even just 12. So we can be a little bit more conservative if you want. But yeah, like the main upside is that you reach those lower ER requirements. You can't get 13 to 14. I'm talking about the number of waves, not the amount of energy. If you get 13 to 14 waves, it would be 12 energy, yes. And I'm saying, yes, that's fine. If you're assuming that you get 13 or 14 waves, we can look at 68 energy cost. Because honestly, that's fair. Like, most people don't actually weave well enough to get that many. 12 is pretty reasonable to assume. 15 might be a little bit too much. Anyways, what was I saying? I think you counted TOM Noblesse and Power Resonance attack buffs in Zhongli Bennett team. There is no Noblesse in the Zhongli Bennett team. TOM,
One client.
Power Resonance,
Clients.
Instructor
Clients.
is what I'm looking at.
Silly churl, Billy churl.
Sucrose instead of Kazuha.
Billy hilly churl. Ooh.
I don't expect Sucrose instead of Kazuha to be very good. This is not Changling. You don't get to Globus Swirl. You have to get a Pyro Swirl off of an actual Pyro Aura, which is pretty fucking difficult to do through Hydro application. I don't expect Sucrose to be all that great in a team like this.
Toodaloo.
It'll probably technically be doable, but I doubt you're getting a double swirl. You're probably doing some setup where you're like... I mean, I guess you can technically do the...
I can do it.
It's just, again, right? If you don't have Zhongli, I think Yelan in this slot is kind of... It's gonna be the sort of team that people play once and then just don't end up... If they actually try to stick to this team, they're just gonna bench Arlecchino because she's gonna feel like shit to play. Okay.
Things are about to get dicey.
Like, you can get a double swirl like this, but... I don't know, man.
Gotcha.
Without saying so, you also have to do 2 normals if you want to swirl Hydro, so I don't even know if swirling Hydro is even worth it. It might not be. But with saying so, it's harder to do, right?
Rain outlines your fate. Rain
1,
Teamwork is
2...
dreamwork.
Why did I do that? That was not it. What the fuck have I just done? EQ, E. E, Q, auto E. Bennett, auto E. Okay, yeah.
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gugwa. No, my... Everybody stand. Absorption test. Animal test 6.
Right, like, this is gonna be doable.
Stand clear. Let's light it up.
Well, you have to, like, make sure you're not standing too close to them, so you don't reapply Hydro from Singso's orbitals. I guess a team like this can be fine. If ever, like, you know, Dot makes the power swirl easier, it doesn't. It does? I guess if the timing lines up well, it does. You're right. I'm not sure if it does line up well, though. Yeah, also...
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter. Absorption test.
Okay.
Time to act. Animal test 63.
Anyways. What? Why is it? What the fuck? What is he doing? Is he okay? Is it worth to lose Yelan buff to double VV in this team, though? You can double VV with Yelan as well. Okay, it's not about that. It's about Yelan's buff versus Singto's resistance to interruption. Like, in general, if you get interrupted once, teams that generally want to use Yelan would have been about as good, if not better, with Singto. And if you get interrupted more than once, they would have been significantly better with Singto. And that's before accounting for the fact that you're also tankier, less likely to die, right? Don't ult activations to you. Can't you use Bennett ult on top of Novo's like you can with Child? Yeah, if the mark timing lines up, you can. I don't know if it will, though. We'll have to check. If I want to build Daya for Neuvillette teams, what main stats do I want on Sans Goblet Headpiece? EM. Her damage from her base kit is pretty insignificant, and her defensive utility does not scale off of her stats. So the only thing that actually matters is the 2 or 3 burgeons she has a chance to trigger. And your team will actually do more damage if your main stats are EM. But it shouldn't be a priority, right? Like, the ideal Daya build in that team, like, if you're assuming you're talking about the Hyperbloom Daya team, the ideal Daya build is 4-piece Instructor, Forest Regalia, triple EM main stats, but it's not that big of a deal, really. The 4-piece Instructor does kind of matter, though. The main stats, not so much. Anyways. You know, let me open the VV Vape V3, which I believe is with Singto. Yeah. And let's...
Or not.
VV Vape Yelan V3. Let's look at Yelan as well. Alright, so this basically...
No one's joining
you get a bigger buff.
ages. Come on, let's go.
And that's basically it. This is Zhongli Yelan Bennett. Am I an idiot? Probably am an idiot. Yeah.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
It's never a big difference. Okay. I guess I didn't give instructor to this one. Why didn't I give instructor to this one? Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. Wait, no, this team... Yeah, no, okay.
Good things come to those
I am an
who
idiot.
don't wait around.
I gave it noblesse instead of instructor.
Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
Yeah, the Yelan version... is only getting instructor.
Ow! Where did that come from?
Wait, 64. I guess that's not a big difference, huh? Hmm. Although, probably will be bigger once we... Yeah, okay. Oh, Scarlet Sand still wants EM. Ballad of the Fjords. Wait, what? Still wants... Doesn't make sense. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's because it was already... Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, yeah. Accents. I mean, this is... Yeah, okay. Now this is with attack sands. The other couldn't exist. It was replacing an attack sands to a negative EM sands and another attack sands. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, this... Okay. So basically it's just EM sands on Stop Scarlet Sands. Okay, Staff of Scarlet Sands, EM Sands. Oops. Minus 46.6% attack and 187 EM. Okay. Now we should be good. You know, this is a pretty minor difference. Why is it so small? I guess it makes sense. Still, I'm kind of surprised. Okay, and then what about the normal VV Vape, the one with Singto? Let's fix it properly. You're gonna have 45 from Noblesse on Singto. Okay, so in this team, so if you want, oh, that is kind of sick. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm not that big of a fan of VV Vape. The more I think about it, looking at the actual damage difference, why? I think the biggest bottleneck to VV Vape for... No. How do I... Give me a second. Let me, like, think. I think Zhongli Vape might be better. Like, it's less damage, but the gap is really not that big. Right? Because I consider Yelan VV Vape to be kind of fake with her. Like, it'll probably be a nice speedrun team, but I think for most people, it's kind of not the greatest. So if you want to play VV Vape, you probably try to do Singto. And if you are doing Singto, the damage gap for Arlecchino's personal damage between Yelan Zhongli Vape and Kazuha Singto is actually really small. If you're playing Singto, you'd rather do 2-skill Yelan. Again, it's the main reason why Yelan is dead to me in VV Vape is because of the lack of resistance to interruption. Not because of the energy or the damage. And doing 2 skills doesn't fix that. But like, especially when you think about the fact that you lose Bennett uptime if you do VV Vape, it might actually be more damage. Like, straight up more damage to not use a VV unit. Like, maybe I fucked something up somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, she'll be fine with Chevreuse, Marushi, don't worry. I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, I guess you just already get so much damage percent that Kazuha's damage buff doesn't do as much. And you get so much, or you only vape a relatively small portion of your damage, which makes Sucrose's EM buff also not matter as much. Is there no way not to play Bennett? Oh, you can still play without Bennett. You can do Zhongli double Hydro. Like you do with Hu Tao. I don't think it's going to be as good as Hu Tao if that's what you're doing, though. But it's something you can do. That's the wrong. There it is. I think the biggest issue is on a character like her, you don't care enough about EM to like actively want to build it, but that doesn't mean that EM buffs don't matter. And Zhongli double Hydro doesn't have a good instructor wearer. Like, Instructor Zhongli works, but I feel like you really want a strong shield with her. So I'd probably rather run TOM. In a team like this, would Noblesse be better than Emblem on Sing? So yeah, it would, 100%. Okay. %. Yeah, I guess with Singto in the team, you could get away with going Instructor Zhongli. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. And if you do, damage is even higher. Right, so you're losing, compared to the Zhongli Yelan Bennett version, right? You're losing like 20k. Jesus. That's so much. God. That's so fucking much. Yeah, I guess. Power Resonance. You're losing out on Power Resonance and Bennett's bow. I mean, but that's it, right? Remove this. Yeah, I'm at around the same amount. Why is it slightly different? Am I an idiot? Did I forget to update something somewhere? Because these should have the same assumptions, so they should have the same result. What did I not update? Eee. Okay. Why are they different? What did I fuck up? Okay, the attack is different. Why is the attack different? Oh! That's 20 and 25. Okay. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. God damn. I guess Bennett really does do that much. Holy shit. What about C6 Aquila Bennett? Yeah. Man. 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 Why is it gotta be like that?
It's time to pull.
Although, it might be hard to reach your ER requirements on Bennett as well. Right.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
220 ER. That's rough on instructor for sure. Might have to do EQ on him instead of QE. That's fine though. I don't think this is a team where you mind doing that all that much.
Gather.
Here comes the catch. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Solidify.
Am I yelling not on Fav? Did I put it on Elegy? Yeah, I did. Okay. I don't have enough ER for Elegy to work.
Quietly now. Humans are about to get Zajef. Let's light it up! Everybody stand the sea! Busted. Here comes the catch.
Did anyone pay attention? Did I catch the particles? I don't know if I did. Weaving in an auto for Bennett between E and Q is really rough because it kind of... Bennett only consumes his energy when he finishes burst animation. So sometimes you catch the particles before you do.
Gather.
Busted. Game's up. Fun's over. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Stabilize.
Quietly now.
Okay, should be good. It looks fine. Just, yeah. Is there a way to make normal attack Utal work like 36-star work? I mean, this is good enough to 36-star. Like, if I don't start attacking it before it gets up...
Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back.
Oops.
Solidify.
Busted.
Yeah. This is good enough to clear in time. It's just... yeah. The one-up seems fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Do we expect her to be a bit better than your Big Hutao preview? Like, are you asking me if she's gonna do better in this team than normal attack Hutao? Yes. Yes, she will. God. If she didn't, she'd be completely dog shit. Jesus Christ. Yes, of course. Like, come on, man.
Gather.
Gotcha. Humans are about to get dicey. Adventure teamwork is dreamwork.
No, I killed it. That's fine. Like... You know, I can calc how much damage she would do exactly
Quietly now.
on her normal attacks in this team. How's that? With the artifacts that I have. How's that? How does that sound?
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
I'll just do this. What Ascension set does Zajef have? Is it crit damage? It is, right? Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay. So, with my current artifact stats, right? And with my Jade Wing Spear is what I would use on her, right? Base attack, 342 plus 674. Attack percent, Jade Wing Spear is what, 7% per stock or 6%? I forgot. No, 3.2% per stock, 7 stocks. Let's do 3.2% times 6 average stocks. Let's do attack sends. Let's do power resonance. TOM. What other external sources of attack that are not artifacts do I have? I think that's it for attack percent. Then 19.8. Oh yeah, and 2-piece glad. Flat attack. I have C6 Bennett with Aquila, so that's 1202. 311 from the feather. 37. 49. Which brings total attack to this times 1 plus this plus this. 2 over 4,000. No noblesse? Nope. We're going to him, Zhongli Instructor Bennett. And I did include the TOM here. Okay. Crit rate. So, 13.6 plus 9.7 plus 5, obviously, plus 10.9 plus 9.7 plus 10.1 plus 22.1 from Jade Wing Spear. For damage, 88.4 plus 21 plus 6.2 plus 12.4 plus 15.5 plus 62.2. Not a perfect 1-to-2 ratio, but good enough. Damage percent. 40%, 46.6%, 35%. That's from her passive, goblet, and artifact set. Then we have 15% from Bennett C6. And that's it, right? Oh yeah, Jade Wing Spear. Average 10%. Yulon passive, yes. About 30%. That's it. Then we have EM. Don't know if I have much. I don't think I have much EM in subs. Yeah, only 23. Plus 120. Yeah, multiplier. .25, 26, whatever. E attack, vape, E attack. Effective attack vape is going to be total attack multiplied by 1 plus crit rate times crit damage multiplied by what the 1 plus damage percent multiplied by EM multiplier, and then E attack, same thing but without the EM multiplier. Okay, so we have these two numbers. Right? Then we have N1, N2, N3, N41, N42. Right? N1 motion value is yeah, I'm gonna crown her. So 93.9. It'd be at 230, 240. Did you forget Goblet? Base kit, Goblet, Artifact set, Bennett C6, Jadewing Spear average, Elon average. Do you think I forgot something? Oh, I see. You okay, never mind. I understand. Yeah. I don't include I start at 0, not 100%. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, that's fair. Okay. N2 103. N3 129.3. N41 73.4. But we also get the Bond of Life. Which brings our total motion value to this plus this times this. Okay. So, we have motion value, effective attack, or I guess vape. True, false. Okay. And you're gonna have effective attack. Okay. And then adjusted motion value. This times 1 plus this divided by 2. And then damage, effective attack, multiplied by adjusted motion value, multiplied by defense multiplier, multiplied by resistance multiplier, 120k on the first hit, then 60k, then 60k, then 90k, then 45k. And 90, 46, 48, 70, 35. And 70, 35, 40, 55, 30. Your first vape should be more damage? What do you mean? What are you saying, I for war? Also, you should know better by now. Alright, I have the EM multiplier, which is taken into account for effective attack. I have the motion value, and I adjust the motion value. Your vape damage bonus is 188. The times 1.5 is something I put on the motion value, not on the EM multiplier. That way, the EM multiplier stays the same if you're triggering both melt and vape in a rotation. Like, it was applied here. This motion value is times 1.5. Is that what you meant? Think you didn't times 1.5? What's 400 times 1.5? EM also adds to that value. That's why the effective attack is different. This effective attack is for vapes, is for reacted stuff. This effective attack is for non-reacted stuff. But yeah, one of the biggest strengths in her kit is, as you can see, right? The first N4 400k damage. The second one, 300k. The third one, 200k. Right? Her damage is very front-loaded. How much HP does Primo Shop have in Overworld? Wait, have I been doing it wrong? There's no objective right way to do it. As long as you put it somewhere, it's fine. Doing it later gives me more damage, then you probably fucked something up.
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
Wait, and then obviously this damage goes up by 10% if you're going for her new set, right? As in 4D, yeah.
Benny's Adventure Team, assemble! Or not.
Alright, chat, I think that might be it for the day. I think we're definitely in the winding down part. Tomorrow we'll do the pre-release.
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
Plan playing for Kazuha because he's fun. In Yai Official Baiju, oh, mods. In Yai Official Baiju, how much of an increase or decrease would he be compared to Sucrose? I guess quick swap nature would fit the team nicer. They're relatively similar if you don't rely on Kazuha's grouping too much. I live? No, you don't. But in most practical situations, the ease of use of the grouping is kind of nice. Plus, there's the fact that Sucrose C6 can be somewhat, I mean, maybe you don't have it, but also even if you do, it can be somewhat unreliable to get.
No one's joined me on an adventure in
But yeah, it'll be good with Kazuha, for sure. Anyways, today, instead of rating...
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
we are going to post the banner review video. My editor's title is not a good title. Yapping for 43 minutes about banners. It's funny, but no one's gonna click on this shit.
Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
Not gonna click on it regardless. Mods, get him out of here. Going in depth about these banners. Alright, as usual, if you can find it through YouTube directly, it helps with the algorithm more. If you're too lazy, I understand.
Team, assemble!
Here's the link, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!